This time I would like to call the regular meeting to order. Clerk of the board, please call the roll.
Arancibia,
Present.
Hall, Segura,
Here.
Solis,
Present.
Tarantino,
Here.
Aguirre.
Here.
This is the point of the agenda where members of the public may address the board on matters posted for the special meeting and in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.3, Section A. The board will provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the notice for the meeting before or during consideration of that item. Each person wishing to address an item on the meeting notice in closed session will have 2 minutes to do so.
There are no speakers, Mr. President.
As there's no communication, I will recess the meeting for consideration of the following closed session items as posted on the meeting notice. 1, student expulsion, suspended expulsions, reinstatement, Education Code Section 48916-48918, students identified by case and ID number. 2, public employee evaluation, appointment, transfer, Government Code Section 54957. 3, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reclassification, reassignment, resignation, transfer, Government Code Section 54957. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956. 6, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. We will now adjourn to closed session. Patience. This time I would like to reconvene the regular board meeting. Clerk of the board, please call roll.
Arencibia,
Present.
Hall,
Present.
Segura,
Here.
Solis,
Present.
Tarantino,
Here.
Aguirre,
Here.
Cardiaga.
Present.
We will now hold a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance by our student board member, Ms. Laila Carriaga. During the moment of silence, our thoughts are with the families of those who have recently passed away. From Bonita Vista High student Jillian Aguilera, former Sweetwater High School student Edwin Barrera Jr., district teacher, former district employee Mr. Jeff Wilderson, and former CBOC chair Mr. Nick Marinovich.
Place your right hand on your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Carriaga. The board met in closed session preceding this meeting to discuss the following issues. 1, student expulsions, expended expulsions, reinstatements. Education Code Section 48916-48918, students identified by case and ID number. 2, public employee evaluation, appointment, transfer, Government Code Section 54957. 3, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reclassification, reassignment, resignation, transfer, Government Code Section 54957. 4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. 5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. 6, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. The board took the following action. Moved by Ms. Hall, seconded by Mr. Segura. Approve the appointment of Elizabeth R. Velasquez as Director of Fiscal Services with the vote of Arancibia, yes. Hall, yes. Segura, yes. Solis, yes. Tarantino, yes. Moved by Tarantino, seconded by Hall, to approve the appointment of Christopher Alcaraz as Director of Information Technology and Enterprise Architecture with the vote of Arancibia, yes. Hall, yes. Segura, yes. Solis, yes. Tarantino, yes. Moved by Hall, seconded by Arancibia, to approve the appointment of Lee Romero as Principal of Bonita Vista High School with the vote of Arancibia, yes. Hall, yes. Segura, yes. Solis, yes. Tarantino, yes. Moved by Arancibia, seconded by Hall, to approve the suspension of one certificated employee with the vote of Arancibia, yes. Hall, yes. Segura, yes. Solis, yes. Tarantino, yes. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda for the November 14th, 2022 regular board meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion
A second.
and a second.
Cardiaga,
Yes.
Arencibia,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis,
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
The board is pleased to recognize our outgoing board member, Ms. Paula Hall, for her 8 years of service on the board. Ms. Hall is currently the Vice President and has also served as President and Chair of the Audit Finance Subcommittee. She has brought an incredible knowledge of financial matters to the board and has been a strong advocate for schools in her area and throughout the district. We thank her for her service and wish her the best in all her future endeavors. Please help me thank and honor Ms. Paula Hall. Ms. Vicero, do we have any?
We have public speakers for this item. Andy Hall and Erica Cortez.
President Solis, members of the board, my name is Andy Hall. I'm the city manager for the city of Imperial Beach. I'm joined by the city's chief administrative officer, and we're very happy to be here tonight. The mayor wishes he could be here. He's out of town today, so he asked me to do this, and it's a great pleasure. I don't get to do this fun stuff very often. He gets all the fun stuff. But I do want to read something real quick, if you don't mind. Presented to Paula Hall, board member, Sweetwater Union High School District. The city of Imperial Beach hereby commends with appreciation the efforts of Sweetwater Union High School District Board of Trustees member Paula Hall for her dedicated support of critical education issues and representation for the City of Imperial Beach in our valuable partnership with the district. Her accomplishments are too many to mention, but they will impact the lives of families in Imperial Beach for generations. We join with the Board of Trustees, all district faculty and staff, educators, students, and families in offering a most sincere thank you and best wishes in all future endeavors. This certificate is presented with great appreciation from the City Council and staff of Imperial Beach. May we approach?
Questions or comments from the board? No, comments, I should say, not questions. Mr. Segura?
I have some questions for Paula. No, I do. She likes questions. No, I just wanted to say, Paula, you're an amazing person. I have some notes, so I'm going to be reading some of my stuff here. I have enjoyed our 8 years together on the board. Can't believe it's been 8. It's gone fast. Vice President Hall has not only represented her area, but the entire Sweetwater Union High School District community during her 2 terms. She has done a tremendous job chairing the Audit and Finance Committee for the last 8, I believe. I've learned so much from you on that committee and just through the years and your years of service and your input at every board meeting and your questions. And I want to thank you. I know you're really going to miss not being here when implementation of N4 comes online, right? It's probably on your calendar, but you can't have everything. And your leadership in helping the Mar Vista High Pool Complex was invaluable, and the community really appreciates that. And that just shows a prime example of your legacy for the community. I will miss you at all the legislative meetings and all the questions and opinions that we gave our legislators, and we don't hold back. And I appreciated that about you. I would say that what I admired most about you was your passion for providing, for wanting our students and providing our students the best education possible, and supporting all our stakeholders throughout the district. I know Paula has always been has been a champion of her community, and even at the times when we've had some very tough board meetings, and you have been called out, from my opinion, unjustly, but you're very professional with that, and I truly appreciate that of you, and just keeping in mind our goal of trying to do what's best for the students, and I truly appreciate that. And there's a song that I like, Bob Seger, and one of the songs, he has a lyric where he says, seeing good friends is good for the soul, and you're a good friend, Paula, and you're good for my soul, so I'm going to miss you. Thank you for your service.
Any other board member? Well, before I let you go, Paula, I wanted to say thank you for everything you've taught me. I met you before we got elected, and I knew you were going to be a great board member, so I made sure I stuck to you, especially with the financial stuff. I love math, but the finances is a little different. It's a little different boat there, and you've been amazing setting up the audit finance subcommittee, putting in everything that you put in there, and I try to help with what I could, but you were the driving force to that, and really appreciate you fighting for these students the way we all do. But I know you made it clear that even though we're elected in a certain area, the whole district is our responsibility and our love, and we want all our kids to succeed, and that's one thing that was very evident right from the beginning. And I still remember that dinner that we had over in San Francisco from when we went to CSBA. Really appreciated that talk, and I knew we were going to do good things for this district, and so far so good. So thank you for being there for me and for the district, And I know, like, Mr. Segura and I were here when and Mr. Tarantino, when we first got elected. And so it is gonna be tough. It is gonna be hard. Like, piece of me is gonna be leaving, but it's a good thing. You enjoy your time with your family, and we're gonna miss you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As a newbie to this board, I've been really in admiration of your dogged determination to work out the finances here, and I've seen you for the 8 years fighting for that and making sure that the financing of this district is solvent and always transparent for everyone. I admire the most your dogged determination to your area and to issues of equity. And I can't give anybody any bigger praise than to be fighting for those two things as a board member. I thank you for teaching me and leading us when we were in our worst, and now we're in perhaps one of our best. And I just want to say you're one of the reasons that we are there.
Thank you.
Mr. Tarantino?
I just want to thank you and also take time to take care of yourself in your last, when you leave the board.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you.
Ms. Carriaga?
Sorry. In my brief time at the board, it's really been an honor to see you. And I mean, I don't know a lot about finance, but I know that the effect that you have on this district is like, it's mind-blowing, the way everybody just goes quiet just to listen to your eloquence and the way you strive for every single student. It's really been nice to see, so take care of yourself.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I want to tell everyone I thank Mr. Hall and Ms. Cortez for coming out here tonight to really, I felt, that connection to our city. Really, I think for the first time, our school district has really solidified that relationship, and I think it's only going to be so much better for our students across the board. I can't tell you what I've learned from each and every one of you board members as well. During my time, 8 years, I do ask a lot of questions, and I thank you, each one of you have been, that have served as president of the board while I've asked those questions. And just one more question. I really appreciate your tolerance of that. I think that's one of the messages I would leave for the board, is to make sure you do ask questions in a regular board meeting about the items, because it shows the public and the educators across our district that we really are concerned about the things on the agenda. We're not just rubber stamping them, but it also shines a light. We may have already discussed all these things with our superintendent prior to coming, but it shines a light onto those issues and into the details behind certain actions that we're taking that really help illuminate for our communities what those decisions make, because we're not doing it in a vacuum, and we're not doing it for our own good or for the good of just one school. It really is about everyone, and it's about treating each other well, respectfully, even when we disagree. I think it's been challenging at times, but I really feel like we've done a lot to put this district in a good place. Way better than it has been in the past. I think we really have done a lot to bring the transparency and the fiscal solvency, but also where people feel like they're being listened to. And I feel like each one of us having an area of representation is good, because people reach out to you. And I feel like people were able to reach out to me no matter what area they lived in. They still reached out, and we were responsive to that in so many ways. So I appreciate my time on the board. I appreciate the people that were pro what was being said, and those that weren't so much pros for things, but maybe brought a different view. It's all a learning experience. And I really do want you to know the advocacy really is, advocacy at the state level is such an important role for a board member to undertake. And this board has done a good amount of work in that respect. in order to put us in the place we are now fiscally. And I am looking forward to hearing N4 is fully implemented, because I know what a difference it will make, not only for finance, the financial staff members who are like always under the gun for state reporting and federal reporting and for site level reporting. It's tremendous amount of work, but it'll mean a lot to the people at the schools who have to work and really find that they can find the information they want within the system without having to, you know, reach out to a lot of people. Eventually it will be one of the, you won't know how you ever lived without it. So I know that it's going to make a big difference in our staff's work environment. So I really appreciate that. I remember when we were first elected, and our very first swearing in was at Southwest High School, and that I've always wondered why it was held there, but I'm glad it was. There was a lot of people there that we knew from all across the county. Actually, there were people representing us, representing different interested parties, but I really I'm glad that I was able to serve and step up, because I really wanted to make sure that we were all working together, and that our schools, especially in my area, were somebody was speaking up for them, because it wasn't like that before. But I feel like we all do now. We really have taken every school into consideration when we make decisions. So I encourage you to keep going. You're doing good, and I know the student board member has got a great future ahead. So hopefully I'll watch you guys on YouTube. Take care, and thank you very much for the recognition. All right.
The board doesn't mind coming over to Ms. Hall, and we'll give her. All right. The board is pleased to recognize our other outgoing board member, Mr. Frank Tarantino, for his 8 years of service on the board. When the district swore in 5 new board members at once, he served as president, and his leadership was instrumental in guiding the new board to their first year of service. He has since served as vice president and as a member of the facilities subcommittee. He has been a strong voice for both students and employees in the district. We thank him for his service and wish him the best in his future endeavors. Please help me thank and honor Mr. Frank Tarantino. Ms. Vicero?
I have several speakers to this item. Lauren Tarantino.
Thank you for letting me speak. Members of the board and Superintendent Aguirre. My name is Lauren Tarantino, and my husband is Frank Tarantino. I'm here tonight to say farewell to Sweetwater. I was a teacher and administrator in the district for 34 years, and I've been the wife of a board member for the past 8, and I've survived. 8 years ago, the new board was formed, and from my perspective, members began to bring calm to the chaos that was left them by previous administrators. They hired a new superintendent, established term limits, and set forth new systems to ensure that policies and procedures were followed. That new board and superintendent began earning back the respect of their stakeholders by listening and acting on their concerns and insights. Respect was a key ingredient of the first campaign for all members. The second 4 years have been different. I have been concerned about the current organizational culture for the Sweetwater District. Research has shown that a district's culture is the single greatest determinant of a district's success or failure. Why isn't Sweetwater the leader in STEAM and athletics in Southern California? Where are the positive stories about Sweetwater students in the news? And why aren't you listening to your stakeholders, all of them? I offer 3 observations why this might have occurred. 1, you push out voices. 2, you cherry pick who receives information and who doesn't. 3, you do not listen to all segments of your constituents, both staff and community, all of your constituents. Here are 3 ideas the board and executive council might consider. 1, surround yourself with those who will tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. 2, seek feedback from your stakeholders, both in the district as well as parents and communities. Challenges are areas of growth. 3, treat your staff with respect. They are competent and do the work that makes you look good. Give them credit. Frank, your North Star has always been to do what's right for students. I'm almost finished. What's right for students, whether you were a teacher, a counselor, or a board member. I am so proud of what you've championed over the past 8 years. You have been a champion for all students. I'm personally looking forward to our new future. Thank you.
Nancy Sedgwick.
Good evening, Superintendent, members of the board, Board Member Tarantino. I'm here tonight to thank you for your service to the Sweetwater School District and community as a member of the Board of Trustees for the past 8 years. Thank you for the many hours, probably days, of preparation you put in before each board meeting to ensure that you understood each board item and its impact on students and staff. Thank you for always putting students first in your decision making. Thank you for listening to community members and staff when they had concerns or questions. Whether you agreed with someone or not, you were always willing to listen, and people felt like they were heard. Thank you for the many, many community events and Sweetwater events you attended. I thought I went to a lot, but whew. You represented the district well in your presence at community events, district-organized conferences such as Adelante Mujer, parent events, robotics competitions, pumpkin smashes, school employee recognitions, and so much more was very much appreciated by the community. Thank you for using your many years of experience in the district as a teacher and a counselor to inform both planning and decision-making while you were on the board. Thank you for remaining true to your values and beliefs and always acting with integrity, helping to put the trust back into trustee. Thank you for keeping your sense of humor through all the good times and some of the challenging ones. And thank you to your wife, Lauren, your biggest fan, for supporting you through all of this. I wish you all the best in a future without board meetings.
Diana Carberry.
Good evening. Welcome to everyone here. But I'm here on behalf of sharing some thoughts to Frank Tarantino. So Superintendent Aguirre, fellow board members, I honestly did not talk to Nancy before I wrote this, so I might have a little overlap here. But Frank, I just wanted to thank you for what you did to support our students, staff, leaders, and me personally. Your dedication, support, and trust in me allowed me to do my job supporting the schools, students, and staff and leaders under my supervision. I know that, as Nancy said, there were a lot of events, but whether it was a school or district event on a weeknight or Saturdays, I'd always find you and or Kevin, Karen, or me on the sidelines or in the stands or in seats at performances where we had a chance to get to know you better and knew that you were always there to support the students, staff, and families. And that attendance and presence allowed you to learn the needs of our entire district and helped us to create and implement board policies and practices that were student-centered. I know you weathered some challenges serving as a trustee of the board, yet through it all you maintained your grace, professionalism, a sense of commitment, your sense of humor, and your moral compass while making student-centered decisions. And I'm so grateful for your support, guidance, and friendship. And I wish you and Lauren a joyous and happiness in your return to Citizen Tarantino.
Dina Donato Palmore.
Good evening, Board of Trustee, Superintendent Aguirre, student rep, and especially Mr. Tarantino. So I've got something here for you, and it's called 10 Things I Hate About You from the movie 10 Things I Hate About You. I hate that you ask for truth when no one else would dare. I hate that you seek accountability when no one else would care. I hate that you're always present at students' functions or activities. It doesn't matter where it is, even when it's not in your board area vicinity. I hate that you put students first, in spite of politics and reputation. I hate that you listen to the educators and follow up with well-put questions. I hate that you model going high when others are going low. I hate that you are ethical and don't do things for show. I hate that your statements make you stick out like a sore thumb. But then again, your statements are not dumb. I hate that your term is over because I really don't hate you. I hate that I am scared that no one else will fill the role like you do. Thank you, Trustee Tarantino, my friend and mentor Frank, for the 8 years of doing the best to keep our district focused on the students and the community. And thank you so, so much for my mental health.
Kathleen Shears.
I have attended in person virtually 99.9% of Sweetwater board meetings since 2008. That is a long time. I have seen the good, bad, and ugly of trustee politics. Mr. Tarantino, who I refer to as Mr. T in conversations, has been an 8-year tutorial of integrity, ethics, respect, empathy, and expertise. I have observed meeting after meeting you taking your time not to pat yourself on the back for which politician you rubbed elbows with, but rather acknowledge accomplishments of students, teachers, and all employees, no matter what pay grade. You, sir, carried yourself with dignity, though there were times when I wanted to stand up and yell, WTH. You know that H was something else, right? As you were treated as less than by your fellow trustees, not including Mr. Solis. I'd received telecoms questioning why their trustee wasn't answering their emails. You, Mr. T, were not the subject of even one. You cared about the most in need. Example, Alta Vista. Throughout the years, Ms. T would mention how Mr. Tarantino came to the student recognition or that special event. I will never forget the time she called and said, "Well, Mom, it's true. White men cannot dance." Mr. Tarantino is living proof of that. Every student yearns to feel special. You made them feel just that. Early on and throughout your tenure, you navigated meetings with Maddie and I, there where you would sit in the middle of two of the shyest, most reserved women ever, answering our prepared questions, empathetic yet firm when your answer was not what we wanted to hear, and tenacious in standing your ground without hostility. Always honoring your position by attentively listening to each and every speaker who stepped to the podium, never smirking, never rolling your eyes. You were prepared for every agenda item, the questions you asked clearly defining the attention to detail. While I was disheartened to learn of your decision not to run again, speaking quite frankly, this was going to be my last meeting as well. Disappointment, frustration, questioning the lack of the effect of my efforts. I was ready to quit. Nick's demise changed that, but it did more than that. It energized me, lit a fire similar to 2009. In closing, Mr. T, thank you for being an exemplary example of what school board trustee means and does not mean. Students, quality education, employees were your agenda. Your ethics were never up for sale, not for future position, nor for outside financial gain, not for power. You were simply Mr. T, and from where I sit, simply Mr. T is pretty darn perfect. I refer to it as paying it forward. Nick referred to it as service to one's community. No matter what the label, you gave of yourself to speak of those too young, those too frightened of losing their job, those struggling to pay taxes. Go with God, sir.
Maddie Adato.
After that, she made me cry. How do you honor a man with such a wonderful heart and such high integrity? Saying thank you doesn't seem to be enough. Saying thank you to Lauren doesn't seem to be enough for lending you to us. Frank, you have navigated your tenure on this board with such grace. Your fellow board members did not know how to work with someone so honest and someone that truly cares about the students in this district. This is something that is completely foreign to them, which is why you were always sidelined and put on your own desert island. They didn't want to hear what you had to say. They didn't want to listen to reason. They didn't want to understand what the students and staff really needed. But you did not give up, and you tried your best to advocate for everyone. You always listened to the teachers, the counselors, the students, the parents, and the community with empathy. You did what you could to make Sweetwater a better place, but without the support of your fellow board members and superintendent, you were facing an uphill battle. Frank, from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you for always showing up, always showing everyone that stood at this podium the utmost respect, making eye contact and asking questions. You are truly one in a million, and it has been an honor to have you as my community representative all of these years. I am just sorry that this board will lose its moral compass and the students and staff will lose such a staunch advocate. You will truly be missed, and remember, you can't complete a hand without a thumb.
Karen Jenny.
Good evening, board members, community members, and Sweetwater staff. Tonight I'm here to honor and publicly acknowledge the dedication, perseverance, leadership, and integrity of trustee Frank Tarantino. Frank, you have faithfully served the Sweetwater community for a total of 43 years, 35 as a teacher and counselor, and the past 8 years as an influential and impactful board member. Throughout your entire career, you consistently encouraged, motivated, and inspired those around you. And so it is only fitting that during your final board meeting, you know just what your efforts have meant to so many of us. You've heard some from already. From the moment you decided to run for the school board, you remained true to your campaign promises. Those were transparency, integrity, advocacy, board term limits, and creating a district culture of collaboration to put the we back in Sweetwater. When the entire board was elected in 2014, like President Solis said, all 5 board members were brand new, unprecedented. It was extremely challenging, especially in the first year, knowing there was a lot of cleanup after the previous board. The other board members selected you, Frank, to be the first to preside as president because they respected you and your experience. They were confident you would lead them in the right direction, and you did. You modeled how to listen to stakeholders, giving everyone their opportunity to share their opinion without fear of retaliation, intimidation, or harassment. While you were president, the board adopted new LCAP goals that are still in place today. With your campaign promise of transparency and collaboration, the staff took the LCAP meetings out to the community. The district held 2 State of the District events. The district mission and beliefs were established. The LCAP goals that you adopted in that first year put a focus on equity and culture that eventually resulted in establishing a district focus on restorative practices and SEL. And then after your first year as board president, you then became the member of the facilities subcommittee. And during the 7 years you served on that committee, many facility enhancements were made to district schools. For example, HVAC in every room in the district, district-wide. Eastlake High has a new drop-off lane. Hilltop and Bonita have new stadiums. And Mar Vista High has a state-of-the-art pool complex. Along with these projects, there were many new buildings across the campuses, many new classrooms that were modernized. Prop O was passed in 2018. A long-range master facilities plan was developed that remains the guide for planning and construction. You were always accessible to anyone and everyone. Because of your support, robotics grew and thrived. I'm almost done. Because of your promise of collaboration, you initiated Sweetwater's participation in the California Labor Management Initiative. And that's a statewide effort that focuses on labor, partnership, and teamwork. Because of your dedication, you put in hours, many hours of preparation before each board meeting. You remained steadfast in your promise of ensuring the public was informed. You knew not only what questions to ask at board meetings, but you knew how to ask them in a way so that staff felt recognized and acknowledged and respected. Finally, as a result of your vision and leadership, you initiated the ballot measure to limit school board terms to 8 years. That action will be one of your many long-lasting legacies for this district. Like Maddie said, thank you is not enough. A standing ovation is not enough. But then, you never did anything as a board member to get recognition and applause. You always made the decision you made because you cared deeply about the students, the staff, and the families of the district. You stood up and you spoke up based on your convictions and doing what was in the best interest of all stakeholders. I'm grateful to you as a colleague, as a mentor, and as a friend. I'm confident that this sentiment echoes throughout the district because of the many lives you have positively impacted. Congratulations on a job well done. Thank you.
Thanks.
No further speakers.
Thank you. Comments from the board? Mr. Segura?
Sure. Thank you, Frank, for your service on this board. I remember when we first got elected, like it was mentioned, and it was trying to figure out who was going to lead, and you were the you were the one. So I truly appreciate that all that effort and all that work that we inherited. That I think we did a good job with, and or the best we could with the circumstances. And those 2 a.m. I remember sitting over there and looking at the clock, and it'd be 2:30 in the morning because there was so much work to do. And I just truly appreciate that about you. And I know we haven't always agreed on things, but we've always had a very respectful, we could always talk to each other and talk things out, and still might not agree with us at the end, but we kept it professional, and I truly appreciate that about you. And I truly appreciate the work that you put in prior to the board meetings, and I learned from that. Thank you. And I hope you really enjoy your real retirement, sir, with Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Segura. Vice President Hall?
Thank you. I too echo Mr. Segura's remarks. You know, it takes 5 board members to make the changes to this district. And that first year, you really set the tone for us as board president. And I appreciate everything you did, and I still do appreciate you as a board member. We know that there's been really tough times, but we did listen to people. And you kind of led us in that effort. You modeled that for all of us, but I believe all of us took that flag up as well and realized that that was the best way. That's what every one of us ran to do, was to represent, to listen, and to really hear the voices from our students, our staff, and our community, so that we could make decisions that would be best for the district to do all the work they need to do for all those groups. So I want to thank you for your leadership and the sacrifices you made. And I want to thank every board member on this as well. And Kevin Pike as well. If you recall, Kevin Pike and I were for the first year, we're both on the facilities subcommittee. And we kind of halted the plans that were moving so fast forward that many of our schools felt that they had been left out of, so that we could go back and do the work to bring a better master plan forward and to start really doing those methodical changes to the facilities, but also to the curriculum, to restore students instead of discarding students. All the things that we try to do, I think you've done a great job in making that, voicing that for us, and championing it and bringing us to those good decisions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Arancibia?
Yeah, and Frank, I really have learned a lot from you as far as being a board member. Your attention to detail with regards to the notes and readings is really, really impressive to me, and actually taught me a lot. But I think that it was a tell when when we're going through interviews and folks bring up the fact that you mentored them, or that their friends were mentored by you. I think, to me, that speaks volumes about you, and not just as a long-term veteran, but in your first year. So I think that's something we can all choose to learn from. So your work is appreciated and really respected. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arancibia. Yeah, and with me, too, losing another part of me, want to thank you for everything you've done for this district, for the kids, for the parents, for the community. When you first decided to, yes, be the president, you showed us a way to make sure that we listen and that we're respectful, and it really meant a lot. And I still remember those meetings, 2:30, 3 in the morning, when somebody sent you to tell me not to say certain things for certain reasons. You never told me who, but I appreciated you relaying my response to those people, because what we were doing was for the kids and not for ourselves. So really appreciate everything you've done, and thank you. So, Mr. Tarantino?
I have prepared comments, so bear with me, okay? When I ran for the Sweetwater Board of Trustees 8 years ago, it was a time for a change, a time for new leadership, and a time for a new focus. I've always felt a call towards public service and activism. I wanted to be the type of board member I wish I had when I was working. I saw that our students had been shortchanged by district scandals, which monopolized operations and media coverage. I wanted to bring honest, ethical leadership back to the district, in which I had invested 35 years of my life. I wanted to be part of a governance team that would put the focus back on achieving a student-centered agenda, and was committed to collaborative problem-solving, transparency, open, respectful communication, accessible leadership, ethical, trustworthy behavior. Our collective victory back in 2014 was powered by hundreds of volunteers, unprecedented enthusiasm, and the courage of our collective convictions. In the years we have served, this governance team has taken back our district. In education, the media tends to dwell on what's wrong and not so much on what is right. Events like this one tonight provide an opportunity to reflect on what has been accomplished since the election of 2014 of November. Many of the things have already been mentioned, so I'll just highlight some of the things that I feel were important and that had not been mentioned. The hiring of the first female superintendent in the 100-year history of the district. term limits for board members that was presented to voters in 2016 and received over 80% favorable vote. Improved relations with all associations, feeder districts, CBOs, and municipalities. The settlement of all lawsuits filed under previous district leadership, as well as all the grievances filed by various labor associations. The establishment of a project labor agreement for projects over $1 million. Secured ownership of the L Street property. Board meetings characterized by respect and open communication without fear of workplace retaliation, intimidation, and harassment. An English learner master plan. Encouragement of student board members to participate in board meetings. Prior to us coming to the dais, they were just figureheads, just sitting there, not being asked any questions or asked to participate. Joint school board meetings with all feeder districts and Southwestern College, annual State of the District report, as well as equity and parent symposiums, reestablishment of school boundaries to help with overcrowding and keeping integrity of our neighborhood schools, board resolutions that support safe school environments, positive school climate, and financial practices, procedures, and accountability safeguards put in place, which have led to a positive certification of our budget. And practices and procedures based on science available at the time put in place to address the COVID-19 pandemic. There are many individuals that I would like to thank for their contributions to our district during my term in office. First, to all the voters of Trustee Area 3, thank you for your vote of confidence. To the employees of this district, classified, certificated, and management, thank you for the work that you do each day in our schools and district office to support students, parents, and community stakeholders. Your work is essential in the role public education plays in our society. To Deanne and Karina, thank you for being my guardian angels. Your experience, expertise, can-do attitude has been invaluable to me. Deanne, I will never forget my first visit to the district office after being elected, when I showed up in shorts, a t-shirt, and flip-flops. And you had the courage to tell me, you can never come here looking like that again. From that point on, I knew I would be in very good hands. To our community activists, Kathleen Cheers, Maddie Adato, Fran Brinkman, Nick Marinovich, and others too many to name, thank you for your involvement, comments, and scrutiny of our actions and decision-making processes. For me, your activism has made me a better board member. Thank you to Mr. Gene Shavira for spearheading the process of implementing trustee areas in the district. Prior to his undertaking, the leadership representation on this board was primarily from Bonita. With the division of the district into 5 geographic areas, each portion of the district now has someone who lives in each area, championing issues specific to those geographic areas while overseeing policy throughout the entire district. To my wife, Lauren, who would have guessed that 42 years ago, on a blind date, I went to Puerto Nuevo looking for lobster and found love. You are my partner, supporter-in-chief, and my rock. Your love has given me wings to pursue many crazy endeavors, such as leadership in CTA Retired, a run for the Chula Vista City Council, 2 runs for school board in both the elementary and the secondary districts, just to name a few. And yes, I too look forward to spending more time together, especially on Monday nights. In closing, I would like to thank the following individuals who are no longer associated with our district, but who I feel made contributions which have brought us to this particular place in time. Manny Rubio, for how he represented the district before the media in good times, bad times, and ugly times. He was the face of the district for so many years. Not an easy assignment. To Dr. Joe Fulcher, for engaging our district in challenging conversations related to race relations. Your department sponsored symposiums and provided us opportunities to not only examine our own personal biases, but also those embedded in our organizational culture. Scott Hendries, I can't thank him enough for his work on the SERP, especially when all those around us said it couldn't be done. Because of his belief in the people who make up this district and his willingness to think outside the box, layoffs were minimized while helping to mitigate budget shortfalls. To Dr. Tom Glover, I'd like to thank him for bringing back the human in human resources. His interpersonal skills, sensitivity, and empathy for those in our workplace enabled our employees to navigate hardships while concentrating on their work. To David De La Casada, even though many times I really didn't understand what he was talking about during his board presentations, I did have the confidence in his ability to drag the district's technology practices into the 21st century. To Dr. Diana Carberry, for her work in induction, professional development, and the monitoring and the mentorship of the new administrator program. You made our bench much stronger in terms of who was next in line for administrative positions. And finally, to Dr. Karen Janney, I always have said that you were the superintendent the district needed but never had. Your knowledge of the district and the communities we serve, your educational leadership practices, and experience in the classroom and education administration made it possible to restore district practices, which included putting students first, honest communication, transparency, and LCAP goals aligned to district budget, programs, and policy. In addition, your willingness to put in place hard decisions made by the majority of the board related to finance are the foundation and provided the pathway to where the district stands today. Financial solvency, accountability, position control, and a new technology platform aligned with all district departments. I have spent these past 8 years listening, learning, and growing. I have come to know that every decision made, every policy and agenda item passed has real consequences, some positive, some negative, for every stakeholder, students, parents, staff, and members of our collective communities. As your representative, I have worked hard to put the focus back on student-centered issues that ensure equal access to challenging curriculum which prepares students at every school for success in college and post-secondary careers. I have worked on your behalf to represent your points of view and to put and keep the we back in Sweetwater. I leave still believing that by working together, this district can address challenges while continuing to focus on a student-centered agenda that ensures equal access to a challenging curriculum and prepares students for success in college and or career. I thank you all for your comments. I leave satisfied that I've made a difference in this district in 8 years, but that's it. No mas.
Thank you, Mr. Tarantino. If we could come in front of Ms. Hall, if that's okay, so we can, we'll be up in the front. And
Back to flip-flops and shorts, Frank.
Go here first, okay? Ready? One more here. Big guns. Big guns, yeah. There you go. All right.
Okay, we'll now take a 10-minute recess, so. If you'd like to take pictures with Mr. Tarantino. We'll now have a message from Superintendent Dr. Moises Aguirre.
Thank you, President Solis. So first of all, good evening and buenas tardes to everybody. Welcome to our November 14th board meeting. It has been very busy since our last meeting. I want to just report back some of the schools that I've had an opportunity to visit. Amongst them, Eastlake Middle School, Hilltop Middle School, Sweetwater High School during their homecoming, Olympian High School, Otay Ranch High School, Eastlake High School, Mar Vista High School on multiple occasions, and San Isidro High School for their homecoming as we try to make the rounds and visit classrooms, visit with teachers, visit with students. That's definitely a priority. Also just wanted to note, it's been noted earlier today, but the fact that today really marks a changing of the guard. With the last meeting where trustees Paula Hall and Frank Tarantino will be seated on the dais. While the election is yet to be certified, I would like this opportunity to personally express my gratitude to both Trustee Tarantino and Trustee Hall for the steady governance through what feels like has at times been tumultuous since 2014. You really have been a steady hand at a time when governance needed a steady hand. So that doesn't mean there's always been agreement and that everybody's singing Kumbaya by any stretch of the imagination, but we always put our best foot forward for our students, for our staff, for our community members, and for that I'm grateful as the superintendent. Thank you for your steadfast approach through the ups and the downs. And lastly, next week will be Thanksgiving. Yes, it's already next week, and as such, I think it's a very appropriate time for us to look around for all that we have, for the people in our lives, and for the opportunity that we have to continue to serve. Sometimes we take things for granted, and this is the time of year where we have an opportunity to hit the pause button and say thank you. So while much change awaits us in 2023, I hope we can all take a moment during this Thanksgiving to express our gratitude to those around us who love and care for us, and those who we love and we care for. And so with that, thank you for the opportunity to serve, and muchas gracias, and I look forward to the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. We will now have a report from our Student Board Representative, Ms. Laila Carriaga.
Good evening. I hope this semester has gone well for everyone. There have been numerous events held this month across our district. Otay Ranch hosted the annual Magkaisa Filipino American Student and Parent Conference. I was unable to attend, but I spoke to a student and a speaker at the conference, and they both were very impressed with the work done to keep the Filipino community connected and the overall success of the conference. On that day, Castle Park also held the Architecture and Construction Trades Fair, which I did attend, and I personally was impressed with the dedication of Castle Park for teaching the trade, especially the mini house that they are building. More recently, Olympian held O-Fest, where many cultural clubs, including Mar Vista's Folklorico and Olympian's Polynesian Dance Company, performed, along with other local dance companies. It was a cold night, but the dance and overall welcoming and warm environment definitely overshadowed it. Speaking more recently, at the last AZ meeting, I mentioned creating a recommendations Google form where students can now directly and anonymously contact me to voice any concerns they have, upcoming events they want shared, or questions they have about the board. I'm hoping this opens up more opportunities for students to connect with the work of their district and ensure each and every student is heard. I plan on sending out that Google form to every school shortly. Lastly, Dr. Bravo, on behalf of the Educational Equity and Support Services, spoke at the last board meeting and presented a handful of goals she has for empowering students in the district. And I have made it my goal now to create a process for each school to establish their own BSU, MECHA, GSA, Filipino or Pan-Asian club, and a Youth for a Sustainable Future. I know my dream won't be accomplished in my year as a student board representative, but that's why I opted to create a process that can be returned for the following years. In the end, it's not how good we are, but how good we want to be. I know we are capable of this, and I'm excited to begin working towards this goal. Have a good Thanksgiving break, y have a good Día de Acción de Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Carriaga. Now we would like to welcome the DPAC and DLAC President, Mr. Juan Vega, to share his report with the board.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Superintendent Aguirre, and everyone present. My name is Juan Vega. I'm the parent of a SUHSD student and the new DPAC president for the 22-23 year. I would like to thank you for the time. And I would like to present the DPAC regular joint meeting reports for August to October 2022. The topics discussed in this meeting and recommendations provided by both committees are included in this report, As you see in the first pages, you can find the topics we talked about, like the new elections that took place last month for board committees. For the results as it follows. DPAC President Juan Vega from Sweetwater High, Vice President Maria Magda from East Lake High, Secretary Virginia Gonzalez Granger Jr., Parliamentarian Scott Davis from Castle Park Middle. For DLAC, Juan Vegas, President from Sweetwater High, Carmen Gutierrez as a Vice President for Sweetwater High. For National Assembly, we got our Secretary Mayra Lopez and Parliamentarian Wintila Gonzalez from Mar Vista, and our Attendance Secretary Irene Castello from Bonita Vista Middle School, and our new community reps Maria Elena Lopez and Berta Lopez. That really shows our representation from all over the district. That's really good to have. I mean, people from all over our district, parents, other than that. You can also find reports from school site councils, ELA reports, and parent input and advice to the board in this report. The recommendations from DLAC can be found on page 85 with a summarized input of assessment, reclassification, placement, monitoring, special education instruction, interventions, college, and career readiness, together with parent engagement and support and communication. So we kind of oversee all those topics. And to finalize, I want to thank Mr. Tarantino. He was my counselor 30 years ago. That's how everything started. I mean, it was a good start. Thank you, because I followed Pat after that, so that's really good. And I want to thank Paula Hall. When I started as a prayer leader, she was the president of where I started, and she helped me a lot when I started. So both of them, thank you, because there was a start and there was an end. So thank you very much. And thank you, and I hope you guys were great tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Mr. Vega? Vice President Hall?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vega. I just want you to know, I do remember we started out you started out on well, back then it was the District Advisory Committee known as DAC, not DPAC. But it was really great to see the enthusiasm and parent, the expansion of parent involvement over the years, especially now. I think you guys have really taken it to a new level, which it really needs. And I'm glad to see that you're digging into so many good topics and really equipping parents and their families to be able to understand the processes in order when they need something or when they have a student need that they need to address. They'll have the tools to work with the district to achieve those goals or to address those needs. So I really want to thank you for your leadership. I noticed that Yadira was there also, who was on the DAC at the same time. She was the secretary the last year I was on the DAC, so I want to thank you. She's over there doing interpretation for people here in the meeting, so I really appreciate everything both of you have done. And the leadership in our federal and state programs have really equipped you well these last few years, so thank you for continuing that good work and advocacy for parents and students.
Thank you, Vice President Hall. Any other comments, questions? Okay. This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on any matter not on the agenda and have 3 minutes each to do so. Pursuant to board bylaw, the board may limit the time for public comment on any single topic to 20 minutes per topic. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action on or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the superintendent's office for review and report. Speaker shall refrain from using profanity and shall speak in a respectful manner. Thank you for your cooperation.
The first speaker is Sofia Rodriguez.
Hello, board members. As a parent and stakeholder, let me just say that communication in this district is a disgrace. There is an issue that needs to be addressed regarding the closure of our learning centers and questions regarding the graduation requirements for those students who are currently enrolled in our learning centers. The board needs to be aware that the agenda to close our remaining learning centers will result in the district's failure to provide a free and appropriate public education for hundreds if not thousands of students throughout the district. Learning centers have been a successful alternative education program since 1985, spanning over 3 generations, and have lasted this long because the program worked for students. Please be aware that the message that is being directed throughout the school district is that there is no equity, efficacy, or fairness when students and families are not being provided appropriate information on what's happening with our best alternative education programs. I know we have 2 trustees who are leaving us this year, and it is my hope that the new trustees will do their due diligence and research on the learning centers and how they have benefited so many students for all these years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lilia Astorga.
Good evening. My name is Lilia Astorga. I am an instructional assistant at Chula Vista High School. I'm here to support my friend and coworker Belinda Tapia. And there was an issue with the phone at Chula Vista High School. And I called the main line, and a student from the ASB answered my call. I hung up, redial, and a teacher from a classroom answered the phone. So there was something wrong with the phone at that time. I don't know if they have fixed the problem, but at that time, the phone was not working. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Belinda Tapia.
First, I want to thank you again for your time, but I do feel like my work has been sabotaged, and I do feel harassed and intimidated. A lot of things have occurred. While the main line was unassigned and rerouted, there was an administrator that would direct me in January to archive missed calls. And then another time, he'd direct me not to call missed calls, that same administrator. But now I want to point out visual aspects, because there's going to be a training to understand the phone menu tree, and I believe that it's easy to understand because you just push a button because it's self-directed. You just push 1 for whatever department you need, or 2 for whatever department you need. But I have the situation where the phone images on my phone came where you see a computer number, and then you see a number completely, and then you see a 619-691-5615. And if you dial that number is not on our website or on our directory, and it has the voice of Mr. Chris Alberts, our attendance technician, and he's the one that's saying the phone menu tree for that number. Also, there's a lot of images. I don't want to name all of them, but it shows that the phone calls were being forwarded from me from the 63300 main line, also 63302, 63329, etc. I say pictures say 1,000 words, so I have the images for you to acknowledge them. Also, there was a WASP call, and it was very important. It was supposed to be from Ms. Diane Cave. I directed that call first to the principal secretary, and it returned to me. Then I directed it to the extension of Ms. Diane Cave, who's no longer with us. She's at another site. But it returned again to me. I followed up with an email, and I had that phone image. It's very disturbing because throughout this whole time, I've been going to admin, I've been going to my principal, and they say there's nothing wrong with the phone menu tree. But I'm not asking why this was done to me or why it was done. I'm asking how. How does a computer and 2 numbers come on the phone? And how does 2 other numbers come on the phone? It's just a lot that I've been going through, and I just want to be acknowledged. Another thing that just recently occurred, and this happened November 7th. There was a paraprofessional. She was waiting for delivery of pizza, and she left her cell phone number for me to call her when it arrived. I had just come back from break, and they gave me that information. I was going to call her that the Papa John's wasn't arriving, but I couldn't push my phone. No matter what button I push, it was controlled, the device.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Tapia. If you could leave those with Ms. Vicedo, she'll get us a copy.
Laura Keys.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Laura Keys. I am currently employed in a Sweetwater Union High School District as a services supervisor at National City Middle School. I have been able to experience the many struggles of the Nutrition Services Department throughout my time as a supervisor in the last few academic school years. During my work, I've been able to observe all the different points of view regarding this issue, ranging from the Nutrition Assistant 1, nutrition area supervisors, and our students. This new California law, where all students eat free, presents a challenge for us workers. We are expected to meet a growing demand for meals, but still have the same or less staff available for us. Finding more staff for serving is a challenge due to the lack of benefits of Nutrition Assistant 1. They are 3.5 hours schedules. This also means that there's a lack of motive to stay long-term in this field of employment due to the benefits problem. Another drawback from the overworked environment will also be the increase of injuries to meet growing demand caused by the new California law. While I do see the effort of the Nutrition Service Department to combat this issue, such as transferring employees from each school to visitor sites, I feel that this is not a good permanent solution to our situation. I believe that in order to truly solve this problem, things such as understaffed kitchens and unmotivated staff need to be addressed first. By solving this issue, we can fulfill our district motto, putting our students first. It hurts me seeing our students being negatively affected by this problem that can be fixed through this Nutrition Service Assistant 1 petition. I would like to see this solution be implemented so that I can see our staff motivated again to do what we do the best, serving quality meal for all. Sweetwater Junior High School District, putting our students first. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Myrna Maldonado.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Let me introduce my coworkers, cafeteria staff, and my name is Mirna Maldonado, and I'm on behalf of them. Okay, can you sit, please? Thank you. Nutrition Services Assistant 1 petition letter to the board members and Superintendent Aguirre. We are employed by Sweetwater Union High School District as Nutrition Services Assistant 1. We are 208 day per year staff. Our salary range is 38. We work 3.5 hours a day. We do not receive health benefits or a retirement plan as a part of our compensations. The Nutrition Services Assistant 1 position is considered as essential job. This is one of the very few, if not the only, permanent position within the Sweetwater Union High School District that do not offer health benefits, a retirement plan, or Social Security benefits. We are seeking to increase our salary range to 42. We are seeking to increase daily work hours to 6 hours. The district has not shown any desire to incorporate any changes in the job description, workload, or in compensation to reflect changes in the work environment or changes in laws and regulations that affect our jobs. Essential changes include the serving of meals for not only students and staff, but now includes the community during times of emergency, such as the pandemic, when other workers were required to quarantine. All students now and in the foreseeable future eat for free. As a result, there has been a large increase in the number of meals served. This has created the need to prepare more meals during the same working hours with the same or less number of staff. This increase in meals has created more pressure and stress to complete meals preparation. There has been more fatigue during preparation and serving of meals, pushing to prepare the required amounts of meals for breakfast and lunches. This in turn has caused more injuries to staff and many cafeteria staff to seek other employment opportunities. California has implemented new laws that require middle and high schools to start later. Because of this change in schedule, breakfast, lunch, and supper meal schedules has changed. So I couldn't finish my letter, but this is very important to us, and we are here to hear us, and please help us. This is very important. So the kids deserve better service. So please help us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
If you want to leave your letter so we can get the whole thing, that'd be perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. That's okay, I'll make extra for the rest. You're welcome. Kathleen, cheers.
I remember when the previous BOC was sworn in. In walked Nick, wearing beach shorts. Only one thing missing was the surfboard. I thought, well, I hope he knows more about bonds and facilities than he does attire. He brought expertise to our floundering district embroiled in scandalous financial corruption. The previous BOC received statewide accolades. The public finally had a BOC with members who took their charge seriously, not content to sit and nod. The master plan, Nick's recommendation, as was the standards manual. Nick listened to Dr. Janney's trust in support of Dr. Aguirre and became your biggest champion, sir, wanting you to succeed. Nick's desire was quite simple: service. Other accomplishments: organization of a plan room which can only be described as one hot mess, individual school site tours, detailed BOC reports. These and much more were the efforts of the then BOC with Nick as its chair. The community highly regarded Nick. They knew he was working for them, nothing to gain for self. He was sought out by DAs, auditing firms, other school districts, and most recently being considered by the city of San Diego for a prestigious position. He's also been recently meeting with the FBI. Yes, Sweetwater chose to paint him as a pain in the ass. One of you immediately opening your iPad as Nick stepped to the podium, another sitting there rolling their eyes and smirking, another leaning back, swaying back and forth in their chair, obviously bored. I guess it's difficult to pay attention when you don't have a clue. Mr. Tarantino, Mr. Solis, you always showed him dignity and respect. Then, of course, there were the unanswered emails, district personnel choosing to simply ignore him. Where did that directive come from? Well, your mission in choosing to publicly humiliate him in an effort to silence him did not work. Nick stayed the course, his desire to serve more important than self. I visited Nick in the hospital, and I talked to him daily. I heard the crack in his voice. Kathleen, I have so much more to do. While researching tonight's agenda, I found myself reaching for my phone to call Nick with a question. I have for 8 years asked you to change your modus operandi. Tonight, my ask is quite simple. In honor of Nick, change your hearts. Receive others' differing opinions with the understanding they care. When teachers step to the podium, allow them to do so without fear of a visit, sending a subliminal message of reprisal. Show integrity, professional respect to all, no matter what the subject. You know, I often joke with Maddie, that Nick had more estrogen than the two of us put together. He had deep passion, which many struggled to understand. In closing, never look down to others. Regardless of what you have achieved or been handed in life, stay humble. Keep your feet on the ground. The bad news is time flies. The good news is you're the pilot. Always remind the little people of their worth, not by words but actions. One small act could mean the world to them. From diagnosis to death was 9 weeks. When you leave here tonight, you think about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maria Dotto.
Always makes me cry. I made a promise to a friend that was dying that if he could not come and speak at this meeting, that I would do it for him. So here I am speaking for my dear friend Nick. Sorry, who's no longer with us. He wanted to make sure that everyone knew, Mr. Tarantino, Mr. Solis, you showed him always the utmost respect. Mr. Solis, you mentioned him tonight. It's just a shame that he's dead and he's not here to hear it. Dr. Aguirre, you knew how much he loved this district and the students, and he only wanted it to be a better place. Nobody ever showed him any respect when he stood at this podium. He spent hours on his reports to make everyone aware of what the BOC was doing and the questions that they had. He was never given a plaque or a piece of paper showing the district's appreciation for his service. No photo op with the board, nada, nothing, zilch. It's a shame that everyone was intimidated by his knowledge and what he offered this district for free. No high-paid salary, just knowledge. But the thing that weighed mostly on his heart was the way that you, Dr. Aguirre, humiliated him in a meeting that you had with him and Raphael. He never forgot the way you yelled at him and never apologized. This is what we discussed on the phone 2 weeks before he passed away. That's how much it weighed on his mind. So here I am telling you for him, how dare you humiliate a volunteer in that manner? And I hope this weighs on your conscience as much as it weighs on his. Dr. Aguirre, él nada más quería ser que tú seas un éxito. Le volteaste la cara en una manera horrible. Qué triste que tu poder en este segundo es lo más importante en la vida. Cuando perdiste tus valores y tu corazón. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
Clerk of the Board, will you please read the items being pulled from the consent agenda?
The following items are pulled. F3 by staff, F6 by Mrs. Hall, F8 by Mr. Tarantino, F9 by Mr. Tarantino, F11 by Mrs. Hall, F12 by Mrs. Hall and Mr. Tarantino, F15 by Mrs. Hall, G5 by the public, G7 by Mrs. Hall, G10 by Mrs. Hall, Mr. Tarantino, and the public, G13 by staff, L3 by Mr. Tarantino, L5 by Mr. Segura and the public, N3 by Mrs. Hall, O3 by Mr. Tarantino and the public, P1 by Mrs. Hall, and Q2 by Mr. Segura.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Have a motion and a second?
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we're gonna move F15 up, so we'll start with F15 today. Dr. Aguirre?
Thank you, President Solis. This item is an MOU with the City of Imperial Beach for the use of the aquatics facility at Mar Vista High School. I did want to acknowledge the fact that the city manager and the chief administrative officer for the City of Imperial Beach are here. The city has already approved this memorandum of understanding, and in essence what this does is it allows us to have a partnership with the City of Imperial Beach where the community will be able to have access to swim time. And in exchange for that swim time, they've agreed to provide a school resource officer, which we, after an analysis, believe would be an equivalent use, so an equivalent amount. So for that, this is that particular item, and we are here for any questions. And again, want to acknowledge the presence of the city manager and the chief administrative officer of the City of Imperial Beach.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Vice President Hall?
Thank you. I want to say thank you, staff, for the work on this MOU, and also to the City of Imperial Beach, Andy Hall, and the mayor and the city clerk. I just had one question, was on the page where it refers to the meetings to be held, and a schedule of meetings to be held annually and period, during the year. Who is going to be the representative from district in those meetings?
So there really was a team working on this particular MOU. The lead person would be Ms. Quirk, who oversees our facilities and operations, but it also involves our athletics department. It also involves legal. So there's multiple departments that are involved, but the lead liaison will be Ms. Quirk.
All right, thank you. And I just want to say it's been years. A lot of this work went in way before it ever, I remember going to a city council meeting when the city of IB was doing, they were about to approve a contract to redo the street between, on Elm Street, which is at the front of Mar Vista High, right in that block before it, and some, surrounding that area. And I remember going to the board because we had just, to their city council meeting to let them know that we had just approved a portion of the Prop O money to be spent on a pool facility for Mar Vista High. The one we had for over 50 years was really old and really disintegrating. And it was only by a miracle of our maintenance staff that pool pump and filtering system actually worked, because it had broken down so often, and there was a lot of decay in the pipe systems around there. The coaches of the swim teams and the athletic, the assistant principal for athletics were all telling me how bad it was and how students were getting skin rashes and things from various things going on in the pool. So we knew it was a great need in our district. I'm glad to say through a lot of effort and work and advocacy. We started working and meeting with Senator Ben Hueso well before that we ever approved this facility. So, we've done a lot of work, and I want to thank the district on our behalf of the city of IB, but also the students in the community across our district, because all the schools will be able to enjoy that, and it will be a facility for many years to come. So look forward to when 50 years from now, folks will have to bring back a new pool, probably have to have a new pool again. But I want to thank everyone for the hard work and for the city in their cooperation and collaboration on this pool. And with that, if there's nobody else to speak to it, I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, any other questions or comments?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second.
Parriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to F3. Anybody like to start us off, F3? Thank you. Anyone?
Sure.
Mr. Segura.
Yes, I was able to attend the Castle Park Construction and College Fair. It was really well done again. Had some several new participants that I noticed on site. SDG&E was there, and that was really key. Just letting the students know the opportunities there, and that was great. And Ms. Gadiaga was there, and I really appreciate that. She was there for a long time, and I appreciate that, as well as all the trades and the colleges. It just was a good experience and really well done again. And I want to thank Mr. Gomez. He put a lot of work into that, and the principal, Ms. Mitrovic, for putting that all together. Let's see, the next thing, I'm looking forward to the ribbon cuttings next month of the pool and the field. Yeah, that's going to be really awesome. Super happy about that. I attended the pumpkin launch. It was really still a lot of fun, although I didn't make it there at 9. I was there around 10, and I really enjoyed talking to the students and the teachers and the community members, and our Supervisor Vargas was there again, and she did a really good job in showing that she cares about the community. I also attended San Isidro's 20th year anniversary of the school and their 20th homecoming, and I was appreciated that invite, and the mariachis and the ballet folklorico dancing and just all the pageantry. It was really a sight to see, and just to see. And I had posted some videos of that, and my friends who live around the country were just amazed at the quality of that band, of the students, and it's just like, yeah, they're some of the best. So I really appreciate that. And I just wanted to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving for next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Segura. Anybody like to go next? Mr. Tarantino. Thank you.
Thank you, President Solis. I'd like to thank the Magaisa Conference co-chairs, Dina Donato Palmore and Rosalind Cruz, for their work in bringing this conference to the students and community. Also to the administration and classified staff of Otay Ranch High School for hosting this event. Thanks to Eastlake High teacher Joel Faust, Wanda Curtis from NAVWAR, the Eastlake High Titanbots, and Rear Admiral Douglas Small for sponsoring the Southern California LEGO qualifying tournament at Eastlake High. Thanks also to the Eastlake High administration and classified staff for their help in hosting this event. Over 100 countries around the world and hundreds of students were also participating at this event at the same time. I also learned that Lego is Danish for play well. I never knew that. So you're never too old to learn anything. That's what I took away. Thanks to the community partner, Michael Monaco, and also Jeff Cover, Director of College and Career Readiness, and all of the middle schools and middle school principals who participated in the pumpkin smash. I believe that Supervisor Nora Vargas won the event again. So congratulations to her. I don't think she won a prize, but she got the props for it. Congratulations to Nicolette Luna from Bonita Vista High School. She was selected as one of San Diego's 25 Remarkable Teens. This program shines a light on youths between the ages of 13 and 19 who excel in various areas, including leadership, community service, art, innovation, and overcoming adversity in their lives. Nicolette was selected for her contributions to journalism. And last of all, I'd like to thank San Ysidro High School teacher Melissa Hernandez for her op-ed piece, which appeared in the San Diego Union on October 31st, emphasizing the need for mental health services for both students and staff in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. I want to thank her for her advocacy in this area, and hopefully we'll be able to deliver. We're on the way to deliver those kinds of services throughout the district and specifically to San Ysidro High School. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Tarantino. Vice President Hall.
Thank you, President Segura. I mean Solis. We do that all the time, and they call each other Segura Solis. So I want to thank everyone here at the district and the teachers at every site and the administrative staff and every other classified worker throughout the district that is part of the success of Sweetwater. That's what I will take with me of how much care and time and effort and really love each employee puts into their school and to the lives of our students for our future in this world that we know. But I wanted to say to the board, there's a couple of things that I would like to leave with you. One I already spoke about, and that was about really asking questions about board agenda items, especially when things are not really clear. You may understand them, but for the benefit of people across the district, just ask those questions in public session so that people can hear the discussion, because that gives them a real flashlight into who you are as a board member and how the district operates. And really, we should be all proud of how it operates, because I know that in spite of all the challenges, people have the right goals in mind. And I don't know where people get the fact that somebody's trying to intimidate, or that should not ever happen. And if people feel like that, there's always a way to resolve it. You need to talk about it to people that can do something about it. And the first person, if you work your way up the ladder, and ultimately to the superintendent, if you can't find somebody to listen and really understand and give value to what you're trying to say. So I think that's really key for being a good board and board members, and it supports the superintendent and the staff who are working so hard. The other thing I would say, I would like to ask that you consider bringing a policy, a specific policy in the near future. And I know I've spoken to this superintendent already about this, but in 2019, on April 22nd, 2019, we passed a resolution in support of AB 1505 and 1507, which were on, well, it was 1505, 1506, and 1507, regarding charter school oversight. Significant changes were made after that fact with the Charter Schools Act passed by legislature in 2019. And our district policies need to be updated to reflect those changes. So I would really urge the board to do that work and get that policy passed, and staff to do the updating of the administrative regulations, so that with regard to authorization, it's critical that our policies make clear that any analysis of a new charter petition or a material revision that adds locations or grade levels will be evaluated fully in a way that provides a comprehensive analysis to the board, enabling them to make a determination around any and all of the 8 possible findings allowed by the Education Code. With regard to oversight and renewal, the legislative changes to the Charter School Acts provide substantially clearer guidelines for evaluation of academic performance at renewal, and our policies must reflect that. Under the new law, high-performing charter schools may be renewed for up to 7 years, and our policy should reflect what exceptional cases our board believes that the additional 2 years are warranted. This is an opportunity for our district to ensure that our values are of equity, diversity, serving all students, transparency and openness in operation, and respect for the rights of students and families are paramount. There are several districts around the state that have developed model policies in this regard. Additionally, there are new renewal criteria to evaluate whether a charter school has substantial fiscal or governance issues, or whether they are serving all students. And I'll say it here clearly right now that the current charter schools that were approved by our district, MAC and Stephen Hawkins, they've been exceptional in and what they're doing, and they respect. We've done a lot of work with MAC in the last few years to help them develop those really clear policies, and I think we need to continue to do that. And if as new petitions come, we should look through them the lens of the law, which is a lot more expanded than what we currently have in our policies and administrative regulations. So that's my first ask. Another ask would be that you review the maintenance plan. There is a 5-year maintenance plan, and I believe I asked for a copy of it recently, a few board meetings ago, but I really think that needs to be revisited. Because over the past month, I've visited all the schools in my area, and if there was one clear thread that I got from feedback, it was a need for the maintenance, the job orders and those kinds of things to be really addressed and more. And I know we've had a lot of staffing issues over the past, recently too. But I think we really need to look at that and make sure we're getting out to the school sites and getting things done in a more timely manner. And so that's what I would, see, I think there was one other thing, but I've lost it. And I don't want to keep you guys going. But I do have a audit finance subcommittee meeting coming up at the beginning of December. So I will be doing, still doing work for the board. On behalf of the board, and I will be going to the ribbon cuttings because I think that's very important. We all worked really hard to see those projects, as we have done for all of them. We were at there. I used to go to the bond oversight committee meetings, and I went to every school site when they were having those meetings. So I know what the schools are like. I remember the superintendent talking about the needs. We have over $1 billion of needs in school facility needs across our district. So it's going to take a lot of time and a lot of work, and I know that we are on the leadership that will address it equitably. So I'm looking forward to that, and that's all I have. But I want to thank each and every one of you for your time and respect and support over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Hall. Dr. Arancibia?
Actually, in the interest of time, we have 15 items to go, but I'll pass my time right now.
Okay, thank you. All right, I want to thank all our district staff and personnel for all the hard work that they do. Really appreciate it. It takes a lot coming out of pandemic, and it hasn't been easy, so I really appreciate everything that you do. Just wanted to make sure I say it. Also, with regards to, thank you, Mr. Tarantino, for bringing up the 25 remarkable teens. There was also another student a graduate from Olympian High School. She's at USC. She's a freshman. She received the Social Conscience Award. Yeah, so that was pretty cool to read. So thank you for bringing those up. Appreciate that. And if we could look into Ms. Tapia's concern, that's interesting. What's happening over there? Just want to make sure we can get that squared away. And also want to thank our staff from the cafeteria staff for coming in and letting us know, what they wish to have. If we can start thinking creatively and see what else, other things we can have them do to increase their hours, and it'll benefit them and it'll benefit us if it's possible. I know we need to speak with our labor partners as well, but if we could look into that would be appreciated. Forgot to write the other thing down, but that'll be it for now. Thank you. Let's go ahead and move on to F6. F6, and it was pulled by Vice President Hall.
Right. This is the organizational meeting agenda item about the board's organizational meeting that will occur next month. And I have a request that you reestablish the board policy committee, subcommittee of the board to go through the policies. Because as I found this one, the last time this charter school board, it was before this new law was passed, and I know Ms. Vicedo, our board clerk, has been doing a good job of going through the California School Boards Association's gamut, which is their board policies, but I want to make sure that we don't lose the ones that we've passed, specifically with our goals and our policies that may be different, a little different, that they're not lost. So I think it would be a good idea for you to, I'm just recommending that you reestablish that committee if you have that ability. And that's all I had. I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
F8, pulled by Mr. Tarantino.
I have a question in regards to F8. It says that ASB expenditures and fundraisers in excess of fund balance, spend down, allowable by when ASB funds exceed 30% of next year's budget expenditures and reserves. Marquees are allowable under the use of these funds. And I was wondering, at our last meeting, we had Mr. Brito from Rancho Del Rey, and he mentioned all the improvements that are needing to be made at Rancho Del Rey, and one of them was repair of the marquee. And I'm wondering, why can't they use, or can they use, the $213,512 that they have in ASB funds to fix the marquee? It's allowable under expenditures and reserves. So I was wondering if he knew about that, if Mr. Yoa knows about that.
Dr. Aguirre?
Thank you, President Solis. So I'll ask Ms. Quirk to answer that question.
Okay.
I do believe that there might be some work in the offing at Rancho Del Rey, but I'll ask her to
The marquee is turned off now.
Yeah.
So we don't see the pixelated stuff, but.
Yeah. So Ms. Quirk?
Hello? Okay, sorry, I never know if it's going to work. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Actually, there's two things that are happening with regard to that marquee at Rancho right now. One, maintenance is pursuing the repair of it, and we are also pursuing the replacement. We cannot find any historical DSA documents, and so we're having to run multiple things to ground, but there are two different teams that have that in their eyesight, and then we're also looking at that as something that may need to be added to the overall list of work that we're putting together for Rancho across the board.
If progress could be reported to the staff of Rancho Del Rey, that I think that would go a long way in terms of making them feel better. Because based on what Mr. Brito said, they feel like they're forgotten.
There has been abundant communication with the administration, and so we can continue to follow up with that.
Okay, but maybe to the staff.
Thank you, Mr. Tarantino. Any other questions or comments?
If not, I'll approve F8.
I'll second.
Motion and a second.
Cariaga?
Yes.
Arencibia? Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Moving on to F9, pulled by Mr. Tarantino.
Yeah, I was just, I'm glad that we're looking at a multiple year calendar, and also that there is work in progress to discuss alignment with our feeder districts. And we have a board member from Chula Vista Elementary in the audience, so hopefully she will work to get our calendar aligned with their calendar, since she's also an employee of our district. That's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Tarantino. Any other questions or comments? Entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Cariaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, F11, pulled by Vice President Hall.
F11. Oh, no, that was the wrong one.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for F11.
I'll make a motion for approval of
I
11.
wanted F12.
We have motion and a second.
Second.
Cariaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, F12, now pulled by Vice President Hall and Mr. Tarantino.
Yes, for the record, I wanted to ask, I'm really glad we're doing this again. I think it's really helpful to have an early tell. But I was wondering where CSEA is on this item. If you wouldn't mind explaining that for the record. Thank you.
Dr. Aguirre?
Thank you, President Solis. So the short answer is CSEA is included, but I'll ask Ms. Carbuccia to explain the finer points of detail. Ms. Carbuccia.
Sure. So when we put a plan like this together, we send it out to all of our associations. They make a decision on whether they want to either come to us to bargain something different or memorialize it in an MOU, similar to how CSEA handled the 2021 early tell. They made a determination that since it was uniformly being offered to all employees, they would encouragingly and welcome sharing that with their members, but that there was no need for an MOU since it was something we were offering uniformly.
Thank you for that explanation, and I'm glad that will be part of our record. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tarantino?
Yes, I was wondering if the early incentive amount of $5,000 could be given to employees in a separate check. When it's added to a pay warrant, a regularly scheduled pay warrant, the employee gets socked with a lot of taxes. And so I would think that it would be in everybody's best interest, like that they can enjoy most of that money if it could be done in a separate check. And since it was scheduled to be in the June warrant, I don't know that there's any urgency that it couldn't be done over the summer when I know that things don't slow down, Dr. Sockhold, for you and your department, but it's a little less hectic, I would imagine, during that time. Just something to think about.
Thank you, Mr. Tarantino. Any other questions? Dr. Arancibia?
Yeah, I just think about it. If you ask most employees, do you want to wait for a while or do you want to have the money now? I think most folks would say, yeah, I want the money now. So I understand the taxes. You may get a little bit more with the taxes, but it's just wanting to have the urgency of the money. That's, I mean.
Dr. Aguirre?
Okay, thank you. I'll work with Dr. Sockhold to investigate further.
All right. Yes, Mr. Tarantino?
No, I'll move approval if there's no other questions.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, we already did F15, so we'll move on to G5, pulled by the public.
Yes, I have one speaker, Kathleen Shears.
I'm a bit confused. You're paying Ken Blanchard over $100,000 to teach cabinet members how to manage. Isn't that the first chapter in the admin course? Most of the persons you're looking to teach how to be better managers have doctorate degrees, and in my book, the majority are stellar. I'm of the opinion leadership's attempt to make better managers is an error in strategy. Aren't some of these cabinet members the same persons you're going to be approving raises for tonight, which equate to over 20% for most? Spending money to train these people is not going to get you the results you desire because you are identifying them as the problem. You want straight, here's straight. The Attila the Huns in cabinet either need to go or change. Is just that simple. Majority are not the problem. No one said it is certain persons who are trying to run the district through fear. Last week's election should prove demanding loyalty at all costs will result in the lesson learned in The Wizard of Oz. Those who hide behind the curtain of power, pretending to know all, well, there is no substitute for on-the-job training, experience, and humility. Coming from a Fortune 500 company career, Elementary Training 101 advises you the need to identify issues in order to improve results. I'm an outsider, and I know the issues. Leaders gain respect by giving respect, yet here is leadership lying to themselves. If they could just make cabinet better, all would be well. That would be a hard no. Another unsolicited recommendation, stop expecting yes answers. Stop expecting personnel to bow in agreement. And finally, start by taking your hands off the throats of those employees this community depends on. You want Sweetwater to improve, to grow, to return as a leader in education? Use those in cabinet who know education. Strong leaders are not afraid of disagreeing opinions and are made stronger when they expect honesty, constructive criticism, and alternative solutions, but remains weak simply by expecting all to bow down. Stop referencing some leaders who represent subgroups as if their buy-in means anything. The truth is they're losing membership because of their failures. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
Questions or comments from the board?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second.
Carriaga?
May I abstain? Abstain.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, G7, pulled by Vice President Hall.
Thank you, President Solis. Got it right. I was just wondering, there's no fiscal impact noted on this item, so I wanted to know the answer. Is there a fiscal impact? If not, are they doing this for free? That's all. Thanks.
Dr. Aguirre?
Thank you, President Solis. So this is part of the after-school program for assets at the high school level. I'll ask Dr. Alvarez to respond to that question. Dr. Alvarez?
Good evening. So the San Diego La Raza's Lawyers Association has a public benefit fund. This association is putting together the community fair at no cost to the district. So they have fundraised, they do different events, and they will pay for all the costs. So in terms of our cost, we have none.
Thank you. So just to clarify, because I don't want to have to go back and read it again. Is it during the day?
So right now we have it scheduled for December 3rd, and it is going to be an all-day fair from 7 a.m. to about 3:30 p.m. It will be at Sweetwater High School. What we have as a staff is that we do have to have a staff contact at the high school, at the district, that will be helping to set up those types of things. So we're helping with logistics, so there is some human capital that we are investing. But the association is paying for the food, the materials, and all the things that will be.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Very good.
Can
I'll
I
make
say-
a motion. Oh, sorry.
I'd like to make one comment.
Dr.
I mean,
Alvarez?
I find it a little troubling that we're actually worrying about the cost about this. I mean, when it's free, well, we have no problems with, you know, other trades or other jobs, you know, if it's ROTC, we're very comfortable, you know, having events for it. I think if the La Raza Lawyers wants to bring folks to give me information on, give folks a track towards becoming lawyers in our community, I think we should be definitely supporting that without even questioning, even if it does come at a cost. I mean, part and parcel, we want both sides of the coin. You know, they can't have just one thing. We have to have, you know, a plethora of different experiences for our students to choose from, different pathways. And that's why I don't, even if it was at a cost, for me, that's some part of the experience of students having those choices from different places. And I'll move to approve.
May I respond, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Vice President Hall.
Yeah, my point is not about the La Raza. I think this is a wonderful opportunity for all our students. I think it can only uplift our students, and I'm fully supportive of it. What I want to see is every item that is brought to us, if it has a fiscal impact or not, as a matter of practice. And when it doesn't, it should be sent back to the originator for that to be added. Normally, I would ask that before I miss this one. So for the record, I will ask it, and I would ask it every time, because I think that's a learning process for everyone. And it was not to call out La Raza and it actually shined a spotlight onto the good work they're doing to come out and do that for free. So that was my whole point, because actually I get these questions answered a lot of times before we ever have a meeting. But like I stated before, it's always good to ask questions in our regular meeting, because that is when the public observes the board doing the board's work in a way that really is going to impact them, because it's where our decisions are made publicly. So that's all I have to say, and I appreciate your point. You're absolutely right. We shouldn't question it, but the fiscal impact should be on these items in the future. I would just really ask that for the good of the district and for the good of the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Entertain a motion?
You have a motion by.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Thank you, Ms. Macedo.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, G10, pulled by the public, Ms. Vice President Hall and Mr. Tarantino.
Yes, I have one speaker, Norma Casares. Are you there?
There.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go
Yes.
ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Board President Solis, board members, Superintendent Aguirre, and all participants there. My name is Norma Cáceres. I'm a 45-year resident of Chula Vista and retiree of Southwestern College after 28 years of service. I served as a professor, counselor, and directed the transfer center for many years. Tonight, though, I am representing the San Diego County Concilio on Higher Education, better known as the Concilio. We are a coalition of faculty, staff, and students. We have primarily advocated for access and success among Chicano Latino students in our local colleges and universities for over 30 years. My comments are in support of the renewed agreement with San Diego State regarding the Compact for Success, which benefits all students of the district, as you know. The Concilio supported the compact back in 2000 when it originated and has been more recently engaged with this issue. Actually, about a year ago, we were contacted by concerned parents and later also counselors for assistance in acquiring a clear, honest response as to the future of the compact, since there was no MOU in place for the class of 2025 and beyond. In fact, the current Sweetwater ninth graders are the first class in over 20 years that has no MOU with San Diego State in place, and there is understandably a high level of frustration because the district informs them that they are waiting on San Diego State. We jumped on the matter, and no doubt Superintendent Aguirre and his staff, along with San Diego State staff, are tired of me bugging them about where they were with the agreement. Right, Dr. Aguirre? For your information, I did request comments about this new agreement from parents, counselors, and also the original administrators of the compact from way back in 2000, Gonzalo Rojas of San Diego State and Earl Waynes of the district. Overall, the comments are positive since the MOU appears to be comprehensive and includes most of the essential academic support, campus visits, benchmarks, etc. of the original. There were mixed feelings, though, about the inclusion of the transfer option via Southwestern College. The support of that option comes from the belief that it could be a more affordable option for some compact students for the first 2 years. However, the opposition to the Southwestern College option comes from a belief that inclusion of Southwestern College may be an attempt by San Diego State to discourage students from applying or attending San Diego State while still using the compact as a public relations campaign. The Concilio hopes that's not the case, and if there is any indication of that, the Concilio will engage once again. I'm almost finished here. As for the challenges perceived, a challenge will be to have staff and officials at both San Diego State and Sweetwater who will make the compact their full-time priority to really make the commitments a reality. Also, the MOU is only as good as the funding needed from both institutions to make it work properly. Staffing and funding is critical, but compelling staff to coordinate between the institutions is also critical. If there could be specific joint planning meetings reported out to district and SDSU boards each semester, the program could become more institutionalized. Although I encourage the district administration and the board to always be proactive in ensuring that their students have access to the best services and programs and not wait for any entity to take the lead, I want to thank Dr. Aguirre and his staff for responding to the concern and garnering this new MOU. Before ending, I'd like to thank Paula and Frank for their service to our community and extend my best wishes for enjoying your newfound free time. Thank you all.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
All right. So, Vice President Hall, Mr. Tarantino, whoever would like to go first.
Go ahead,
Tarantino?
Frank.
I would draw my pull because Ms. Cáceres addressed what I was going to talk about in terms of the inclusion of Southwestern College, which I think is a good idea, but I never thought of the fact that San Diego State would use it as a, but anyway, I still think it's a good idea.
Thank you, Mr. Tarantino. Vice President Hall?
Thank you, President Solis. I just wanted to know, there's a lot of, obviously, in this MOU is the facts are pointed out about students struggling in math and English at times, and what courses they need to have completed before they graduate and apply. And I'm just wondering, because we know there's a lot of different curriculum and offerings in the master schedule at every school. It varies from school to school. And not every school has some of these courses that are listed. So my question, I have to get my paper out and read it right so I don't forget. Has there been an analysis of the course offerings by site and an examination of student results, for example, AP test results, to identify which schools need to structure additional program offerings and/or student support, tutoring, specialized academic interventions, etc., to ensure equity in rigor and success for historically underserved areas? Thanks. That's my question.
Dr. Aguirre?
Thank you, President Solis. So I did want to make a brief statement, but first I'll ask to answer this question. So Dr. Alvarez, would you mind? And then afterwards, I do want to just some acknowledgements to the fact we were able to get here with San Diego State. So Dr. Alvarez?
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. Good question, Mrs. Hall. So we do disaggregate data, not only assessment data that is localized at the site levels, but we do look at the SBAC data for our students, AP exam data, IB exam data, those types of elements. And what we discussed with San Diego State is that the science and math majors are the areas that are having the most difficulty in having the level of rigor that might be expected for student success. And so we have created several partnerships with San Diego State as well as Southwestern College to do some vertical alignment of curriculum. We brought one just recently with Dr. Soto, who works both at UCSD and San Diego State with the discrete math and other courses that will prepare students for college level mathematics, in particular in the areas of STEM. So that's the way we're approaching it, in looking at what our current curriculum is and how we can augment it to ensure that students have the level of rigor to compete at the collegiate level, and then providing professional development for our teachers to support that.
Thank you very much.
All right, Dr. Arancibia?
I'm really happy the Concilio and Ms. Cáceres actually worked on this, because this is something that we needed to get in place. And I'm just really ecstatic that the community came together to find an answer for a sticking problem that was just continuing to go on. So I just want to say, thank you to everyone that participated in having, and in the dialogues that moved this forward. And I'm going to ask that we move to approve this.
Okay, we have a motion?
I'll second.
And a second. And before we vote, I just wanted to also thank Ms. Concilio and Ms. Cáceres for moving on this, and our staff, Dr. Aguirre, and Assembly Member David Alvarez for putting a little pressure on San Diego State. I appreciated that. Yeah, I remember Ms. Cáceres was at an event, and she came up to me and said, "Hey, what's up with the compact?" And I was like, "We're working on it." And she's like, I'm going to help you guys. So I really appreciate her jumping on board and just helping the train move. So thank you for that.
Yeah. If I may, before the vote happens, I also wanted to just take a moment to acknowledge the fact that the Concilio came forward and really worked with us as a community partner, along with our staff, and really working closely with Dr. De La Torre's staff as well at San Diego State. And Assemblymember Alvarez was really key in making sure we were able to move this forward. So I just want to acknowledge that this is hard work, and the fact we have this now through the end of the decade, I think, is very significant. And the conversations that we've all had as well with Dr. Sanchez from Southwestern is for this to be an additional pathway. Really is a conversation we've had. We are looking at it as an add-on, not as a subtract or minus. Now we all have a role to make sure that's how it actually is implemented. But I did want to honor the conversations that have happened. That has been the tone and the tenor of the conversation with Southwestern and San Diego State, is really offering additional pathways for our students to be able to get a guaranteed access to San Diego State. So I just wanted to offer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. Ms. Vicero, did you have a?
No, he wanted to make his comments.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, motion and a second.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, I'm gonna move on to G13, it's pulled by staff. Dr. Aguirre.
Thank you, President Solis. So this was a kind of a collaboration amongst Dr. Alvarez and Dr. Sawkel. I'll go ahead and ask Dr. Alvarez to present, but also Dr. Sawkel against the teamwork and the team process. Dr. Alvarez worked on the program aspects of this with some of our partners, and Dr. Sawkel obviously working on the finance aspect of this. So actually, Dr. Sawkel, and then you hand it to Dr. Alvarez.
Okay, good evening, Board President Solis, board members, and Superintendent Aguirre. So we're going to review a couple of the one-time state grants, because if you recall back when we were doing the budget adoption in June, based on what was on the May revision, we were made aware of about $49 million estimate of what at that time was part of one of these learning recovery grants. When we built the budget in June, those funds were considered unrestricted because we didn't have all the details. Things were still pending at the state level. After the state budget was adopted, there was this grant, the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, as well as the next grant, which is the arts and music and visual or instructional materials. Both are now considered restricted resources, so this is going to be a little bit different when we bring to you in a few weeks the first interim, because when we did the budget back in June, we assumed everything was going to go down to the fund balance. That's why we had a few of those designations, and you're going to see some of those points here highlighted today in the budget plan. So the specifics that came out after the adopted budget at the state were the parameters regarding reporting. As you see here on the right side of this slide, we will have some reporting requirements through 27-28. This is a multi-year grant and how these funds are to be spent and allocated. We will be receiving the cash for this $49 million in November. We should be getting it by the end of this month. We'll get 50%, and the other remaining balance in April of next year. And you can see here what the basis was of how those funds were determined for the district at $49 million. And this particular slide highlights how the dollars are to be spent, or what are the allowable uses. And this is the work with Dr. Alvarez, in which she'll go into the next slide on how we're presenting the plan to the board and the specifics.
So the plan is actually highlighted in depth in the attachment, but we do have those funds specifically to support our students. One of the areas that we believe is greatly needed, as you know, have advocated for through the LCAP, is our after-school programs. As you know, the high school level for funding for assets is changing drastically, and unless your schools are over a 90% poverty rate, we will not continue to qualify for assets. So as part of that, as our schools fall out of the assets grant, we will be utilizing these funds to support our after-school programs at our high schools. We have also, as a board and as a district, highly focused on CTE and increasing and further developing our pathways. We've been doing visits at different districts, trying to look at those exemplars and to continue to grow and augment our programs. As well, we're also looking at different ways to engage students in relevant real-world instruction, and part of that is working with Big Picture to look at job shadowing, at internships, externships, and other opportunities for our students. We've also talked about those social, emotional, and mental health supports for our students as part of a braiding of funding through the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, through LCAP. We will be funding social workers to help support across the district. We'll be doing that as a pilot to look at what that looks like and then continue to grow and build on that. Dr. Moore and his team are working tirelessly to make sure that that happens, as well as having additional psychologists to help support our students. We're also looking at some of our instructional programs, aligning our IB programs with our middle schools. We've talked about that for several years, but growing those programs to ensure that we have the middle years programs both at Castle Park Middle School and Bonita Vista. And then looking at some of our schools that we're trying to build some additional programs, and that would include Mar Vista High School, Mar Vista Academy, the Granger Junior High, National City Middle, so we can have some high engagement programs to attract students and to ensure that students are engaged in learning, that it's real, that it's practical, and it's fun for students. So we're trying to build those at the school sites, as well as looking at VAPA performing arts to increase involvement in our schools and engagement for our students. And then there are some additional elements that are important, and I think that's really looking at some of our instructional materials. Once again, we're braiding and maximizing our funding, so this is not the only source, but it's a portion of that source for instructional materials, as well as looking at some of our cafeteria infrastructure. So the plan that's attached shows all the elements in detail. It shows the funding for this grant in particular. It's through 27-28, and it shows the elements, but overall trying to maximize the resources that we have and how we're using them. Oops, sorry.
Okay, then the next grant is the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant. So this is new after the budget was adopted in June. It's about $21 million. And again, these are the areas. It's a little bit more flexible in some aspects, as Dr. Alvarez will go into some of the items here next. But you can see the specifics that it's intended to be used for.
So it's really interesting. You would think that we would have most of our items under VAPA, under the Arts, Music, and Instructional Block Grant. But once again, as Dr. Salkeld described, there is much more flexibility in this grant. And so we are looking at some of those operational elements. And so there will be instructional materials. Ethnic studies is a portion of that. But a lot of this funding is going to be for the operational cost, and it really is about that transition between gas-powered vehicles and looking at clean emission vehicles. And so you're going to see a large expenditure for $10 million that will be for our green technology vehicles, electric buses, et cetera. And then also the component where we have the escalating contributions that employers are giving for STRS and PERS benefits. And so those components are included in there. Once again, the titles differ, but looking at the funding and the flexibility and maximizing resources, once again, utilizing the district's funding across the district so that we can maximize those funds is really what we've looked at in the development of this plan. And if there are any questions at this time, Dr. Salkeld or I can address.
Thank you for that. Any questions or comments from the board? Dr. Arancibia?
I don't have questions. I just want to say thank you for this, and this is the right first step, I think, with regards to helping with the socio-emotional return and learning loss. And also, I mean, we see it, I'm seeing it in my family. I mean, my kid got involved with, choir and VAPA at Bonita Vista, and that's made all the difference for her wanting to be back on campus, to feeling a part of the campus, to finding her tribe. Finding their tribe. I think it's an important part of this restart, reboot, and getting students back on track. And I just think it's phenomenal. I can't express to you how happy I am with this.
Thank you, Dr. Arancibia. Any other questions or comments from the board? I too want to say thank you for all this work. With respect to the 90% poverty rate for assets, how did that come about? What happened?
So there was some change in legislation, the way that it was adopted. We first kind of discovered it when we reapplied for Chula Vista High School last year, and when we asked why we didn't receive the funding, basically because of the way that an urban high school has been described, the funding levels for priority schools was above 90%. And so that impacts every single one of our high schools across this district that currently has an assets program. That's part of the advocacy that we've approached at the state level. We're having those conversations, but it's still, even when we look at different grants, for example, we're exploring the community schools grant. There are priorities, once again, for those schools and districts, in particular LEAs, that have a poverty threshold over 90%. So it's something that, because of the high need, it's wonderful for those schools and those districts, but as a district, we also have those needs. And so trying to find alternate means to secure funding is something that we continue to strive for.
Perfect. Thank you. My other question was going to be like, well, what would you like us as a board to do?
Advocacy.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Jumped on that one.
I think that we have to be very, very clear. I mean, in a moment in time where we need after-school programs more than ever, because we see the results of what students coming back, and the issues of violence after school, before school.
Your mic.
These issues. I'm sorry. And in a time period where we need these programs the most, it's being taken away from us. And it's been proven, through data that these programs prevent the type of, after-school incidences of crime, graffiti, violence. Why are we taking it away in the most crucial moment when we need it the most? And we're seeing the upsurge of it. We need this re-socialization, engagement in education, both before and after school. It just makes no sense to me why anyone would think that would be a good idea in this moment. So, yeah, we will advocate and we'll make sure we will fight for this.
Thank you, Dr. Alanzibia. I appreciate the passion. And my other comment was going to be on the social workers. I appreciate that. I know that was one of those things that I was really excited about, because not to take away work from counselors or the teachers. I know our teachers are in there counseling and social working and doing everything. So I appreciate having this extra layer for those students, especially like after COVID, we see a lot of the need. So I really appreciate that pilot program, and hopefully it works out with our labor partners, and we can get more social workers, because the need is there. And just like for after-school programs, the need is there. So thank you for that. Vice President No?
Thank you very much. And I think it's really important, and I thank you, Dr. Alvarez, for really pointing out school board advocacy really has to be on the forefront of this, because you could hear it in discussions over the last few years when there was a push to audit the LCAP and to audit different programs, because some legislators felt that students in poverty and of color were not getting served properly. And that may be the case in some school districts where they don't have a lot of funds or don't manage it right. I don't know. But for us, we've always tried to point out and bolster the student services at the highest need schools. We do need to make sure that legislators hear that and see that and know that in everything, because what happens is a few people, maybe their voices are heard and they keep repeating it and beating it, and then everybody jumps on board. Or a few legislators may be recognized by their peers as somebody that has expertise in education. That may or may not be K-12 education, or even the diversity of students and districts across the state. So we really have to make sure that you really have to make sure you're always meeting with the legislators and you're always bringing up the facts and stressing that just like the social services, one of the questions I had shared with Dr. Aguirre was about the item on the social worker FTE, and how it states very clearly these are temporary. For me, that's going to be key when you're trying to recruit these people. But it's a pilot program, and you have to stress when you're in those meetings with legislators, we want to take this to scale. We want to take this to scale, but we will not be able to. That's exactly the message I was given every time I met, because I kind of pointed out, you know what will happen as soon as you guys, if you guys don't give us the kind of funding we need for education. These are the programs, restorative justice, you know, supporting student mental health. All these, they're going to be gone, because the first thing you've got to do is get rid of all the extra things that are really going to make success for our students. And it just gets down to how you're going to get them to pass some test, really. And student education is really way beyond what some tests can demonstrate, you know, and we all know that. But you've got to keep reminding educators. And the fact that when we started here on the board, we had already been in a recession for over, you know, like 6 years. They were thinking that restoring education financially back to a 2007-08 funding level was a great thing. But you know what? It wasn't even great in 2007-08, because we'd already been cutting for 7 or 8 years before that. You know, the 2000s had been pretty good up till a certain point, and then it just started to go down, and the legislature wasn't recognizing it, and they weren't budgeting us and funding us where we should be. We kind of have been pulling on that for years and years. And we finally got some action on that, you know, but it's not going to be there. We don't know what tomorrow brings. But that's the message I would encourage you all to bring. I think this is really good. I think that the transportation may be questioned by people, the transportation under the arts, but we have to remember they're the ones going to a lot of different things. So I can understand the tie-in. And this is also part of the legislature's goals, is about clean energy. And really, it is about sustaining a future for our students and their families. So I really agree, and I think it's a good plan, and I appreciate you sharing it and the hard work you guys have done to put it in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Hall. And as I was listening here, I was thinking, we can do the advocacy, but I think it also helps if our community members jump on board, and the more that our assembly members and our senators and they hear about this, the more they can jump on it. I was wondering if we could, on our website, create like an advocacy, I don't know, page or something, and then we can put talking points. I mean, it's a little extra work, but I think it might benefit those, some of or help those community members look at who they can contact, how they can contact the what assembly member, what senator. I mean, just send it to everybody. But I think, and if they have some talking points, and they can give their own firsthand what they're dealing with when their kids aren't going to after-school programs, things like that. I think that would resonate a lot more as well. So just I just thought about it right now.
Definitely. And
Any other,
if you may recall, we actually do have capital advisors on board, so we can definitely talk to them about helping us construct some content.
Perfect.
And then we'll put it on the website.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. Any other questions or comments? All right, so there's no.
No, you need a motion, sir.
Oh, we do? Yes.
There is,
There
to
is, yeah.
accept the plan
Yep.
and the
I'll
funding.
make a motion for approval.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second.
And a second.
Did you have a question?
No.
Okay. Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, moving on to L3, and that was pulled by Mr. Tarantino.
Yes, I have two statements. I'm assuming that this pilot program will be discussed with our labor partners before it's implemented.
Correct.
The other thing I would ask is that in crafting the job description for the social workers, these 5 social workers, that we include that they should be included in SSTs. And even though I know that SSTs are not institutionalized throughout this district, in spite of what I hear, I think they're dysfunctional if they are operational. They're not at every site. I think they're an excellent resource for students and parents. I think it's an intervention that needs to be capitalized on, but because there's really no one that I know of that's in charge of SSTs at the district level to make sure that they're being implemented at each site, I think the last person that was in charge was my wife, Lauren. And then there was SSTs at every school site, and they operated every week. So just something to think about, that if we are going to have a job description and we are going to implement SSTs throughout the district, that they should be included in that process. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Tarantino. Any other questions or comments? All right, entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia? Hall?
Yes?
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, L5, pulled by the public and Mr. Segura.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Cheers.
As I looked around, I saw teachers union leadership here, yet they have not pulled the item to speak on. I find this most revealing, as it was just a few years ago, Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Walker were at this podium time and time again railing on how top-heavy the district was, painting Dr. Jandy as reckless and fiscally irresponsible. Based on your votes, you agreed. Union leadership alleged they were concerned about the teachers' members not having the classroom resources they needed, and also claimed student learning was being sacrificed. It appears political financial agendas and spouses' promotions of some now outweigh fiscal responsibility. Here we are a couple years later, and union leadership is mum. All the while, teachers are stretched to their max due to retirements, lack of new full-time teacher hires, and a shortage of subs. Students have fallen behind, many failing, and you are proposing this $100,000 expenditure for 4 persons. Keeping in mind some of them did not lose the assistant soup position to begin with, they were never assistant soups. So your rationale does not fit the recommendation. Teachers union leadership patting themselves on the back for the 6% raises to teachers supplanted with CARES Act dollars, yet mum on the 20% raises presented here. Let's not forget teachers. They're the ones on the front lines fighting the battles for each individual student's education. I have a deep respect for some on this list. Do I believe those referenced here are assistant super worthy? Indeed they are. Do I believe all such dollars, including the cabinet training, should be spent on tutors, IAs, or a plethora of resources to help our students? Yes. The crux of the issue is this. This is the foundation of more raises to come. Undoubtedly, next on the docket will be an increase for other management. I spent most of the past 5 days deep in thought, deep in reflection. Here we are, one of the largest secondary school districts in the nation, rolling around in taxpayer greenbacks with no thought to the leaner years projected in our future. Our students are supposed to be our priority, but we are in fact treating them merely as cash cows. In closing, as mentioned, there are those in this list I have great respect for. I am knowledgeable of your expertise, hard work, and service. My comments are not meant to be personal. This is business. The business and responsibility of quality education as it relates to the expenditure of hard-earned tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
I think I pulled this. Did I pull this one? Yes. So I just wanted to
Yes.
speak on it, and I thought I know when it had come up during our lean years, I would say I was speaking in favor of reducing the top heaviness and not necessarily getting rid of people, but reducing their role or their positions from assistant soups to chiefs or whatever it would be. And I was one of the ones who was speaking and supported that, but those lean times are gone right now. And yes, there might be some lean years going forward, but now that we are, we have the resources necessary and the funding necessary, and we have those monies there, I have no problem with this. I would say that I wouldn't be, I'm not married to this. If we do need to do it again, I'll be there to recommend that again, honestly. This model is nothing new. This is a model I looked around different districts around our county and around the state, and this is a model of a similar model of having assistant soups, and there's some that have chiefs as well. We can't do that because we don't have that money, but I support this resolution or this item, and with that, if there's not anybody else, oh, I'm sorry, but I'm speaking in support of this. Thank you.
Vice President Hall?
Thank you, I agree. I'm one of those. I will say that when you're in a dire straits, first of all, we don't want to steer ourselves into a deficit like we've had experienced in 2018 and prior to that. And I want to thank the superintendent because you've been very conservative in your decision-making and what you've brought to this board. So I want to thank you for that leadership. And Dr. Sockel, I know that you don't say yes to things if you're not able to do it in the budget. Can I ask that question through the president?
Absolutely.
All right. Dr. Aguirre.
Thank you, Trustee Hall. As the item says, again, this was a part of an effort to restore what was previously cut, and there was a cut to the position in terms of salary and benefits. This conversation was had with our CFO, with Dr. Sockel, and there was an analysis conducted. It was not done in a way that was not serious or in-depth, so there was an analysis there. Again, this is meant to restore this position not before we undertook other restorations.
Right.
So that was we made sure we restored other resources at the sites. So I just wanted to make sure that's stated. Again, this was not the first out of the gate. There was restorations at school sites that happened first. Now, are there things we can grow? There's other things we can grow, and that's the analysis that continues. But our goal, Dr. Sockel and I, is to continue to undertake an analysis of things that we add so that they're sustainable. Because we know we just saw a previous item that had a number of items that were investments, but they were one-time in nature. So we want to continue to have that line of sight to what resources are one-time in nature and which are ongoing. And that is our ongoing commitment, is to make sure that we continue to be watchful stewards of the district's fiscal house. That's the work that happens with Dr. Sockel, with myself, Dr. Alvarez, and the entire team.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the work done by the top leaders of the district, because I know they've been really doing, the term I heard earlier was yeoman's work. A yeoman's, whatever that means. You guys are like Andre the Giant, when doing the work of Andre the Giant with about half that stature. So I really appreciate what you're doing, and I think I will second the motion that was made by Mr. Segura.
I move it.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any other comments, questions? Okay.
Arriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
No.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 no.
Okay. N3, pulled by Vice President Hall.
Thank you. What is the standard? I'm looking at the item here about the vendors. It's for 5 years. An approved list of vendors for 5 years. Is that what this is?
I think that's the incorrect item.
Oh, okay. So then this one is about the item in there that's for $14,500. It's a document, right? Document tracking, and exactly what are you tracking, and is this going to? It is for federal and special programs, correct? All right.
Dr. Aguirre?
Thank you, President Solis. So it is something used by our teaching and learning division. So I'll ask Dr. Alvarez to provide some context. Dr. Alvarez.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. So Doc Tracking Systems is a online platform that we utilize for many of our documents. For example, the LCAP. The LCAP is not just written by one person. It involves a myriad of people, personnel across the district. And so this online platform allows us to collaborate in a very smooth and easy manner. And that information is stored in there. It formats it for us. It calculates the budgets. It's a very complex software program. So we utilize it for LCAP. We use it for our WASC documentation, for our school site council documents. So we upload our plans up there. Our comprehensive safety plans for school sites are also used, stored up there, as well as the LCAP federal addendum and all the plans that we've had to do during the pandemic. The hundreds of plans are all downloaded or uploaded into the system, and we're able to maintain those documents. So it's a platform that we use consistently in state and federal programs.
Thank you, and it's worked out very well.
It is a very good program.
Better than Google Docs
Oh,
any day.
definitely. And it's also a platform that the San Diego County Office of Education utilizes and supports and recommends.
Oh, good. So that interfaces with them
Yes.
very cleanly. Okay, great. I'll make a motion to approve this item.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Nope. All right.
Arriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, 03, pulled by the public and Mr. Tarantino.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Shears.
A few meetings back, the 7-Eleven committee was on the agenda, and I specifically recall Mr. Tarantino inquiring as to committee's membership. He reminded the district historically community members who are not part of staff, not a political figure or political appointees were too included. Yet, as I review this list, I see his consideration for the majority of taxpayers was ignored. It is indeed curious that such persons as Kevin O'Neill, highly regarded multi-property owner, nor Matty Adato, property manager of millions of dollars in assets, were not considered. Perhaps it is their position as neutral, not depending upon the district for salary or favored played a role. The 7-Eleven committee is covered under the Brown Act and as such open to the public. May I ask President Solis, where will the notifications of the meetings be posted? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tarantino?
Yeah, I pulled this item because I have a concern. I don't have a concern about the people who were named, but I have a concern about the process. According to Regulation 3280, the 7-Eleven committee shall consist of 7 to 11 members representative of each of the following districts' ethnic, age group, and socioeconomic composition: business community, store owners, managers, supervisors, landowners, renters with preference to representatives of neighborhood associations, teachers, classified and admins, parents, guardians of students, people with expertise in environmental impact, legal contracts, building codes, land use planning, and zoning. And district staff may request nominations by the board to fill positions necessary to complete the 7-Eleven committee. When the 7-Eleven committee was reconstituted to look at the 3rd Avenue property, each board member was allowed to appoint 1 member, and I don't see that anywhere in here. I think that we should follow the regulation since it is board policy, and like I said, I think that I think we should follow the policy that we have, and that's just the way I feel.
Dr. Aguirre?
Thank you. Our Chief of Facilities and Operations led this process, so I'll ask her to share kind of the way it was implemented. Ms. Quirk?
Sorry, I was tired. So thank you for that. And actually what you cannot see here is the checklist with each of the individuals and what areas of those criterias that they meet. So we have a cross-section of, there's some teacher representation, we have classified employees, everybody lives within the school district. All of those areas of expertise are met in terms of the one person that is the lawyer that knows all the land. There's real estate folks in there, and there's a couple other folks that are on there that also are small business owners as well as district employees. And I think everybody is a parent within the district as well. So in my research, I did not see the part about the board appointing an individual as part of the criteria that was the formation of. And then we bring forward a recommendation to the board itself for their consideration.
My recommendation was to appoint Jaime Mercado, who owned rental property. So does anybody else remember that, or am I just on a parallel universe?
No, we did.
I remember it as well.
Did that way.
And I believe, I understand what you're saying. I believe that's what was the practice. It's not what the 7-Eleven guidelines provide. So I understand what you're saying, and I will leave it to you to determine if you want to accept the recommendations that are brought forward and/or reopen for it to be returned.
Dr. Aguirre, go ahead.
Thank you. Again, there was a good faith effort by staff to come up with this list of recommendations if the board selects not to. I would point out the language is permissive. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. So it says may, it's not shall. So I think staff went forward in a good faith effort. But a point well taken. So at this point, it is a recommendation in order to allow us to move. The reality is that we're trying to look at the one property in East Lake that we are no likely going to be needing for a school, simply because of declining enrollment. So it is the pleasure of the board. Again, staff has put together this recommendation, but that is the recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre.
I'll make a motion for approval.
Vice President Hall had a
I'm
question.
sorry, Ms. Hall.
Could you bring back at another board meeting in the future, any additions you wanted? I mean, I'm not against approving this. I'm just saying, is there a possibility that in the future you could add to this committee and that might resolve what? So we can pass this now and not have to wait on it, and then you can have discussions with your board members, because I'm not going to be on the board. I don't want to have to hold up because of that. I'm good with this item, and I would support it, so.
And I would like to point out really quickly that it's minimum of 7 up to 11, and the recommendation right now is for 9, and so there would be space for that recommendation.
Thank you. Mr. Tarantino, any comments or questions? Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion?
Second.
And a second.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
No.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 no.
All right, P1, pulled by Vice President Hall.
It's a policy on suicide prevention.
I want to thank our equity, Dr. Moore and Dr. Aguirre and all the support staff for doing this work. It really is needed. It's not just about suicide prevention. It's about really equipping students to understand what it is to have mental health, to be in a good place, or to recognize when they're not in a good place, and how to reach out for help, how to recognize it in their adults and in their peers and in people that are younger than them. I think it's really good. We need this for students and staff, and I'm glad we're bringing back a more robust policy. So I just wanted to recognize that and say thank you very much. I really, I think you're doing very good work, and it's obviously needed, very needed. So thank you for everything and all the efforts. That's all.
Thank
I'll
you,
make
Vice
a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion
I'll second.
and a second.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All All right, Q2, pulled by Mr. Segura.
Just me?
Just you.
No, I just wanted to be real quick about this, and just, I believe this is really critically important, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I understand this would help get projects done at some of our school sites that our maintenance and team, they're overloaded with work. There's work, as you know, if you go to a school site, you could ticky-tack pick a lot of things that need to be done, but there's only so many of them. I know the model they do right now is they go to a school site, focus on it, work on a lot of stuff, and then move on. You know, this will allow to release some of that pressure and get some of the work done. And I wanted just to make sure everybody understood that. And I, speaking in support of this, and I would make a motion for approval.
Okay, we have a motion
Second.
and a second.
Carriaga?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and I believe that was your last vote there, Mr. Tarantino and Vice President Hall.
Yes.
I was hoping we'd go to 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, just to relive the days. But thank you for everything you've done for the district. Really appreciate it. Meeting adjourned.